Okay. A few things. I've leveled Dancer and Black Mage up to 90. I forget whether or not I already had Samurai up to 98 when we last streamed. It's been a couple of days. Our crafters are nearly all up to 100. And in fact, I'm probably going to get 2 of them up to 100 now because we're going to start with custom deliveries. So I can get them out of the way. And I've already crafted the ones that we know about. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we now have a sufficient stock of products that may represent Suino Sato. I pray they will meet with Jikan's satisfaction. And with that, we will finish off Kurenai's questline. I took the liberty of showing our people the signature product you've been bringing us. It seemed appropriate, seeing as it's to represent their home. All were in awe of the foreign techniques employed in its creation, and full many of them were inspired to contribute like items of their own. Quality doesn't compare to yours, of course, but it's none too shabby either. As a matter of fact, it's good enough for the house to deal in. By my reckoning, we've got enough hands to meet anticipated demand, assuming they're willing. Truly, if the House of Splendor should be willing to stock our products, we'd be honored to supply them. Glad to hear it. I must confess, though, I've been eyeing ways to turn a profit out of this for a while now. Grateful as I am for my life, I couldn't call myself a trader if I ignored the opportunity for an exclusive supply deal. Oh, is that the way of it? You do not give me that impression in the least. You still have lots to learn about business, princess. I'll have to teach you good and proper, else you're liable to be eaten alive out here. Oh! Oh! You're all here. Good. I have come to offer an apology. Well, if it isn't Jikan, an apology, you say? Take it you've seen all the good that's come of After's handiwork. Indeed. I've been observing our citizens. Never have I seen them so invigorated, so alive. Their passions enkindled by the prospect of having a product to call their own. As it stands, I believe that Suino Sato would not only survive, but thrive were we to emerge into the world. This brings me to my apology. My fear of the unknown had blinded me to many things, not least of all to our people's potential. I see this now, as do my fellow elders, and I speak for all of us when I say that we would be grateful for your continued support of Her Grace's cause. We are as a newly hatched fish, yet trying to find our way in a great ocean. I, too, ask for your continued support, though I myself can no longer be involved in this endeavour. Ever since my charade was exposed, I've been prepared for this moment. Though I'm grateful for being indulged these extra days of freedom, 'tis past time I return to my place, in the palace. With regards to that, your grace, 'tis my firm belief that one among us who harbours the greatest passion for the outside world should continue to collaborate with our visitors. Indeed, Lord Jikan, I doubt not that you and your fellow elders shall find a suitable replacement. As someone who advocates the need for change, your grace bends all too easily to tradition when it concerns yourself. There's no need to find a replacement. For who harbours greater passion for the outside world than you? What? But the law? Rest assured, your lady-in-waiting has expressed her willingness to continue ruling in your stead. Your presence will still be required at functions of import, but outside those times, you are free to continue as you are. Are you certain of this? Full certain, Your Grace. Remain with Sanana and after. Learn well from them, for the future of Suino Sato depends upon it. Silent jumping. Yes. Kurenai now considers you shining wonder of the world or some bullshit. Shining light to the world. Through your efforts, the people of Suino Sato have come to embrace the outside world. It seems, however, that Kurenai has a different sort of favor to ask you. To finally see Suino Sato embracing the world without, it is nothing short of a dream come true. I cannot thank you enough. Even Jikan's a staunch supporter of the cause now. Let's keep up the good work. So, what kind of wares should we bring in next? There's something which I have had in mind for a time. As it's not urgent in nature, I'd set it aside until such time as we'd addressed our citizens' more pressing concerns. In our libraries, there exists a tome that describes a continent floating in the firmament, an enigmatic place called the Sea of Clouds, said to be home to countless treasures. I should be grateful if you could bring me one such treasure. It would serve as a token, I believe, of the vastness of the world, a reminder to our people to turn their gaze ever outward. Come now, you just want to see the treasure for yourself, don't you? A claim I shan't refuse. And if truth be told, there's another favour I would ask of you. You will recall, for our visit to Kugane, I had the opportunity to dress as the locals do. Simply donning the attire provided me with many an insight into the culture whence it came. I've since learned of wondrous objects called glamour prisms. Through them, I'd be grateful if you could alter the appearance of my garments, thereby allowing me to gain an insight into even more cultures. However strange the method may seem, if it grants me deeper understanding of the outside world, I'm open to it. Should you come upon any likely garments in your travels, I ask that you reserve them for me. That's right. I can now play pretty princess dress up with the princess. Not that I have anything currently, because it only looks at stuff from within your inventory, not within your armory chest. It always annoys me, though, that it doesn't allow you to use stuff from your glamour dresser either. That's always annoyed me. But it is what it is. Whilst we're here, that's the wrong thing, but hey. There's some levels that I could get there. We might be able to get everything. Oh, okay, it's more of the Suino Sato specials. Easy enough. And then we will switch to something that I still need to level, such as Goldsmith. Although maybe that wasn't the best of ideas. Because I don't have this set up. Now I do. Do I want to turn it in on this one? Or no, I think I want to turn it in on Weaver. Or do I? We might go and resolve this real quick. Because as it's just gone past 8 o'clock, the daily missions have reset. And there's quite a lot of stars there. That's the wrong... Yeah. Let's get this done. And also have a cookie. Because I can, damn you. Ooh, cheap. Jesus? Level me. It did. God damn. Okay, well. Yeah, that's 2 more crafters maxed out. Let's try getting leather worker sorted, because I've already turned in leather worker for this day. Where I'm Tamami's at, that's where I'm going. Nice. And now on to Monago. So I don't think we're gonna get up to 100, but what am I doing? But we should be able to get up to most of the way through 99 on my leather worker. Dang. And with that, thank you so much for all your help. I think it's safe to say the tribe will be overjoyed to receive these supplies. We have maxed out Monago's reputation as well. Speaking of reputation, I can also rank up with both the Pixies and Qatari. So we're going to be doing that as well. Everyone in the village was overjoyed to receive our supplies. Both the quality and quantity surpassed their expectations. It puts my mind at ease to know that the tribe has what it needs, and that we'll be able to continue sending regular payments for the beneficiaries of our fund for the foreseeable future. Mum? Mother? What are you doing here in the Reach? I know you're awfully busy with your duties and the fund. There was something I wanted to say when you visited before, but I couldn't. Come home, Nago. Alamigo is free. You've done enough for these people. Come home and be with your family again. But, Mother, I have responsibilities here. To the families of your comrades, I know. And I think what you're doing is wonderful. But I worry you place their needs ahead of your own. You deserve to live your own life, to do what you want, what makes you happy. I am doing what makes me happy, Mother, don't you see? Helping these people in this way. And there's so much more we can do. No, it's not the life you had in mind for me. It's not what I had in mind for me when I was younger either. After everything I've been through, everything I've shared with my brothers and sisters in arms, I can't just walk away. Won't make up for what they've lost. No amount of gil weighs the same as a loved one's soul, but it's better than nothing. So no, I won't go back. This is the life I chose, and I have no regrets. Still have that same fire in your eyes and steel in your voice as you had when you said you wanted to join the Resistance. Can't blame a mother for trying, can you? I respect your decision and I'll say no more on it. All I ask is that you come and visit more. Much more. I'll see what I can do. Well, that was unexpected, though not entirely unwelcome. It's good to remember where you came from, and why you did what you did. Anyway, now that we've finished with our efforts to help my village, I'd like to concentrate on our efforts solely on doing what we can for the Resistance and the families in need. With your help, that is, assuming I can still count on you. Whatever you're able and willing to provide is all I ask. Champion of widows and orphans. Through your efforts, the fund will provide substantial benefits to the family of the fallen Resistance fighters for some time. It seems, however, that Nago has a different sort of favour to ask of you. So, I imagine you're wondering exactly what sort of deliveries I had in mind. Frankly, I'd say why not focus on ourselves and what the Resistance could use. Materials always appreciated, among other things. Rebuilding Alamigo is going to take everything we can muster. Artisans like you will have a reliable client in us. Everything you've got and more, we'll take it. Cool. And what is it that you want? The Far Eastern Antiques. Oh, wow. That's how long it's been since I played Leatherworker. Where's my speedy? There's my speedy quick. Bye-bye. It's 2, so I need 6. Not Kurenai. Nago. Why doesn't that look right? I think it's because I did it like that on the others. Shit. Whoops. Ah, that's fine. I just need to buy some more of the component. Right, the one I fucked up is that one. And 2 more. Oof. 500 gil, break in the bank. Okay, so yeah, this is going to get us about 3/4 of the way to a level. Maybe. Probably closer to like 60%. But that's cool. That's cool. So now... rank ups. Let's start with the pixies. I'm kind of annoyed that we haven't unlocked the dwarfs yet, because I'm now going to be 2 reputation ups behind on the dwarves. But at the same time, it is kind of a pain doing both lots of reputation ups back to back. The Heart's Oasis. You know, Arthur, we've known each other for a while now. I was thinking, perhaps it's time we started living together. Oh wait, shit, I thought this was the pig. You know, Arthur, we've known each other for a while now. I was thinking, perhaps it's time we started living together. I could build us a lovely house in Limeg, fill it with whatever your heart desires. What do you say? A certain fairy king won't be pleased. Oh, of course, Titania. You didn't think I'd forget about them, did you? It was just a jest. Yes, a jest. I'd never dream of taking you from our king, whose beauty is equalled only by their benevolence. So, dear Beck, I've been wondering how the boy in white is faring. Is there any chance we might meet him in Limeg? If you're worried about him, sure, I can check if he's asleep and bring him to us. You're coming along, of course. Oh yeah, there's no mounts in the dream. Ah, you're the woman from before. After you left, everyone in the village brought me lots of tasty things. I ate so much I felt like I was going to burst. We're pleased to hear that. Now, I take it you're no longer plagued by nightmares. Not at all. I only have fun dreams now, like this one. It makes me not want to wake up again. Truly, if that's what you want, it can be arranged. I have some chores to do, so I better wake up now. So long. Let that be a reminder that pixies aren't to be trusted. Oh, come now. It was all just a jest. I prefer my mortals alive and happy. I'll have you know. Dead and unhappy ones don't give us fun dreams to harvest. But enough about that. We still have nightmares to vanquish. What do you say we investigate our meringue next? Sounds good to me. Based on my preliminary sniffing, the stench of nightmares is concentrated in Mordsuk. Can you tell us what manner of dreams are common there? As I recall, most dreams are to do with water. Folk go thirsty, searching for a watering hole, that sort of thing. So their need is simply for safety and survival. It stands to reason, given that the region is an inhospitable desert. Without further ado, then, let us make for Mord-Sook and search for the source of the nightmares. There we go. Oh, it's very grey. Oh, it's because it's a dust storm. I guess that would do it. It would do it. What a dull and dusty... Oh, shit, I keep getting that wrong. It's because the pig turns. What a dull and dusty place. Isn't a single pretty flower around. Not anything that looks tasty. Instead, I see these revolting worms everywhere, and people eat them? Ugh. Just thinking about it makes my stomach turn. Well, to each their own, and to me they look quite palatable. I can imagine them bursting in one's mouth, releasing the slimy goodness within. Perhaps I shall take some back with me. Oh, don't even think about bringing them to Lee Meg. I will murder you. I prefer nightmares at any rate. Speaking of which, we should get to work. As before, we're looking for a slumbering child. I doubt there'll be too many of them in such a bustling marketplace. How can you be sure the child will be sleeping? An lad's nightmares induce an unnatural drowsiness. Those affected cannot easily resist it. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of new minions because they were cheap. So I now have Hedgehog, Hodgehog. What are some of the other ones that I got? I think that one's new for a wind-up. Elephant. I now have Shiba's. Koala. I think I got the wind-up Lakshmi. Yeah, I got that. There was a couple of dress-up NPCs from Stormblood. Yeah. But Hog. Hogheg. I'm looking for a child. I found the child. That's one way to fuck up your back. Anil, please, forgive me. Oh, don't worry about the boy. He's bone tired's all. Hasn't been getting much sleep of late on account of nightmares. Is there something you need? Investigating nightmares, you say? Well, it's no secret my son has them. We were travelling through the desert when his sister... Sorry, it's still too fresh. If you'll excuse me, I got some errands to run. Don't worry about the boy. He's safe enough sleeping there. Just, if you plan on heading outside, be sure you carry plenty of water, alright? Out there, it's a matter of life and death. The boy is plainly in the grip of a nightmare, yet he gives off no scent. He's the source and no mistake. Right then, let's tend to business before his father returns. Have at it, Easel. With pleasure. Yeah? Don't interfere anymore. I'm warning you. Oh, will you stop doing that? The child and I, we created a watery friend together. If you give it form, you will get hurt. Or worse. Your ugly nightmares are no match for us. We'll take care of this one like we did the others. Feels like a storm is raging in my belly. No! Why? Why must you torment me? I only want to fill this hole in my heart. A hole where a friend used to be. Alone inside that cramped old castle. How I longed to see them. Now wait just a... This absolutely can't wait. I'm gonna be sick. Oh, thank goodness it didn't come back up inside the village. Alright, same as always. That doesn't look like a watery friend. That doesn't look like a watery friend at all. Jesus Christ. I have level 90 equipment now. So, yeah. Jesus. You did it! You did it! Dependable as ever. Come, let's hurry back to Mortsuk and look in on the kid. We'll leave the talking to you. Boy. Are you okay, boy? Huh? You... Weren't you just... Oh, still here, are you? Do you know this woman, son? I suppose. Don't laugh, but I think I met her in a dream. In a dream? Well now, isn't that amazing? I said don't laugh. Sorry, it's just... Don't remember when you were last so lively. But tell me, what kind of dream was it? Anil. I saw Anil. Same one, then. Sorry I wasn't here. Must have been hard. No, it was different this time. This woman, she appeared and trounced the water monster. But that's not all. At the place where the monster fell, flowers began to bloom. It reminded me of the promise I made to Anil. The promise that one day I'd fill Armoreng with flowers. I see. One day, son. One day we'll make your sister's wish come true. Mark my words. Well, we have to go now. But whoever you are, hope to see you again. Thank you, Pale Pixie, for helping me to remember. The boy's well again. Another job well done. he was thanking Anne Ladd. Why do you suppose? As I understand it, his little sister died of thirst in the desert. Latching onto this ordeal, Anne Ladd had planted a nightmare in the form of that water monster. And though we were the ones who helped him to conquer the nightmare, ironically, it was its very existence that brought him hope. The nightmare brought him hope? It's certainly something to chew on, but for now, let us return to Lee Meg. Another gate awaits. Let go! And have a cookie. It's a bit warm, so the chocolate is a little bit melty. So, which one am I going for this time? I have a feeling it's that one. Yep, it's that one. The one all the way up there. Here, Beck, are you alright? You haven't uttered a word since we returned. Oh, sorry, I was deep in thought. It's not very pixie-like at all, is it? Go ahead. You know what to do. Are you going to add more parkour fun grounds for me to play with? I imagine there's going to be another water slide. By freeing the little boy and Mordsuk from his nightmares, you and yours have reclaimed the dreams of those in armor rank. Tyrbeck appears eager to further beautify Lee Meg, and for this they require your aid. Oh, do we get to choose? And that's that. We'll go on ahead back to Leader Loran. Come see us when you're ready, alright? Okay. Whee! Yeah! Thanks to you, we've reclaimed the dreams of yet another region. I'm really, truly grateful. Now, about Anne Ladd. It's strange, but I can't help but feel as if I know them. As you know, I built Lee Meg together with my departed best friend. But maybe, just maybe, that friend was... No, it couldn't be them. I'm being silly. You set Titania free. Everyone knows that. Wait, Do you mean to say that your friend was the previous Titania? Back then, they weren't Titania yet. They were simply a kind-hearted pixie what sort fit to befriend me, eccentric as I am. Together we built Limeg. Together we had the finest of fun. They're very dear to me. That's why, no matter what, I want to protect our garden, like they protected all of us from the Sin Eaters. I see. Close as you were, it isn't implausible that you would sense your friend in another form, and the dream of being alone in a castle is suggestive indeed. Be that as it may, I do not see how Anne Ladd could be the reincarnation of your friend. After all, pixies are born of the souls of children. But wait, could it be the ether that is gathered? You know, never mind. I'm sure I'm just being sentimental and silly. As I said, it's not pixie-like to overthink things. Let's do something fun and productive instead, like filling our meringue with happy dreams. I am now respected by the pixies. And they sell more shit. Yes. Okay. So it's just furniture items. Don't need them yet. That works out because if I get something down the line that's more expensive and I want it, I want to have all the stuff I need to buy it. Right, we'll do the Qatari, and then we will get back to the MSQ. So that we can unlock the dwarves. The serpent jumps about joyfully. It appears the Qatari excavation effort is proceeding swimmingly. Speak with Jaquel Kotal and see if there's anything you might do to lend a hand. Oh, after! You'll be happy to know the charm your friends fashioned for us worked most splendidly. We've been able to reach deeper depths than ever before. And thanks to you, the restoration of the first Stella is all but complete. You simply must see it. You'll also be pleased to know the relics and records that turned up in our subsequent trips below have confirmed the interpretation of history that you espoused was indeed and indubitably true. We came upon many ritual instruments in the tunnels below. It is most clear that, let it suffice to say, we Qatari have never been particularly adept at the art of war. So it was that our ancestors searched far and wide for a safe haven where they could call home. Ronka, on the other hand, was composed of many strong peoples. The Ronso, brave warriors. The Dran, adept at the arcane arts. And the V's, peerless archers. All working together for the Empire's prosperity. Not long after the Qatari first made contact with the Empire, our skills as scribes and scriveners became evident to the high-ranking court officials, and we were offered a permanent role in Ronkan society in return for our loyal service. 4 races, so different, all living and working together for the greater good. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be able to live just one day in those glorious days of the Empire. But our work is far from done. Indeed, in our explorations we found what appears to be an entrance leading to an even deeper level of the caves. I have little doubt the remaining Stella lie further below. I've sent a team below to conduct a preliminary investigation before we begin the next phase of the excavation in earnest. My trusted scout Tual Manol should be here to make her report at any... Master Katal, I bring news from below. News that I fear is not good. Again, I swear, if we Qatari did not have rotten luck, we would have none at all. Do tell, what did you find down there? Entering the second stratum, we came across a shrine to our protector, Oxdalan. It appears to have been ravaged by the beasts that lurk below, but still, it stood after all these years. A shrine, you say? No doubt it was erected by our ancestors, most likely to ward off some greater danger that lurks further below. That was my thought as well, Master Catal. A cave-in? A flood? Fearsome creatures from the deep? We were too fear-stricken to press onward, not knowing what manner of calamity might befall us. But we must press on somehow. Can we not appeal to Delan somehow, that he might protect us as we delve deeper? Indeed. Perhaps there's a suitable ritual for the occasion. Sadly, if there is, I fear it is beyond my knowledge. I think I know a V who could help. Why, yes, indeed, the V are nothing if not well versed in Ronkan tradition. The one with the hair colour of night, Master Lanil, was it? I hear she's lived as long as 10 Qatari. I'm certain she'll have knowledge that will serve us well. Long-lived as they are, the wisdom they've passed down through generations doubtless rivals that which our ancestors recorded. If anyone can help us, I dare say it is them. Good. Pray, take me to Fanau. I'd meet with Master Lanil that I might partake in her deep knowledge of ancient Ronkan rites. Nod. Nod to the mouse. Hold on. Overshot it. We had heard rumours the Qatari had returned to their Great Wood. Did not expect to receive a visit so soon. Just seeing you brings back memories of olden times. Memories? Do you mean that you knew my ancestors? I'm older than you might think, my little friend. Anyhow, the answer is yes. Have you heard the name Shapal Tukal? She was a close friend of mine, and would come calling often to exchange news on the wood. Shakal Tukal. I do believe I saw that name on Father's family tree, but if I recall correctly, she was my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. It was that long ago, was it? How quickly the years fly by. Still, I'm heartened by your presence, young Chakal. For many years after the flood, I feared we would never see one of your kind again. And you, welcome back to Fanau. What brings you to us this day? I'm here for them. I see. Our Qatari friends seek to discover their history and reclaim the knowledge and lore of their ancestors. An admirable goal indeed, and doubtless not a simple task. We'd be honoured to lend you our aid and reforge the bonds between our people that were so strong in the days of Ronka. Now, do tell me more about these tunnels you're exploring. My dear sister has quite a weakness for ancient Ronkan ruins and relics, you see. To tell the truth, I'd been preparing to leave the Great Wood on a journey of the realm, but if the Qatari seek my aid, perhaps I could postpone my departure just a bit longer. Scream! It would seem the Great Serpent smiles upon our partnership as well. This is auspicious indeed. Master Lanil, what knowledge of the Qatari lives on here in Fanau? Very little, I'm afraid. The tales I can remember hearing from my dear departed friend and no more. Sadly, the precise details of Qatari rites and rituals are beyond my recollection. Yet I do recall Chapeau once mentioning that Qatari prayers to Ox Dalan were remarkably similar in form to our own petitions to Ixmaya. It's not so surprising, perhaps, given how closely our two people were connected in those days. If we were to teach you one of our own traditions, mayhap you could adapt it to your own purposes. You would do this for us? Gladly, old friend. But first, we will need to prepare a simple altar for performing the rite, and find ourselves a suitable offering. The liver and blood of an ancient beast, together with pristine water from a sacred spring near the Kamul Astropolis. Yes, I do believe this will suffice. I know the ways of the beasts of the wood. Leave the hunting to me. As for the final offering, I suspect Arthur would have little difficulty acquiring it, yes? Excellent. In the meantime, I'll teach the ritual to young Chakurl here. Where the passage into the tunnel's larger, we would accompany you ourselves. But alas. Do not worry, my good master Lenil. I'll learn the words and gestures well, and Dalan will hear our plea. Just you wait and see. You're a spirited one, child, but be forewarned. Master Lenil is a strict taskmistress. Cats, forgive me, my friends. I'll do my best. Anyhow, let's all reconvene at Hoppelstoppel when we've finished with our allotted tasks. Oh god. I have suddenly been hit by a wave of tiredness. May as well. You know what I might do is stand. Yeah, I'm gonna stand for a little bit. I was wondering when you might return after. Have you found the offering that we require? Yeah. It's your mum. I suppose the issue here is I've currently got 2 desk chairs in this room because one of my old desk chair was downstairs. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to put one in the hallway. And try to not forget about the obstacle course I'm creating for myself so that I can move this one. Because I've also got like a clothes horse and stuff over here for laundry. It won't be an issue once I've sorted stuff out with Neff. The V's believe this will suffice as an offering to Dalan. Very well. So be it. As soon as Chakurl and the V's arrive, we shall begin the second phase of the excavation. Why? Just look at all the Qataris scurrying about. I'd heard they were an industrious people, but to see it with my own eyes is impressive indeed. Hail and well met. I'm Fina of Fanau, and this is my sister, Quina. We've come to assist in the ritual of which your son has doubtless told you. Greetings, greetings! Please accept my apologies for making a fuss so close to your village, without properly paying my respects. I fear I've been quite preoccupied with my duties here. There's no need for that, friend. It is we who should apologize for our sisters who gave you such a fright upon your return home. As you may well know, our people were strong friends and allies in the days of Ronka. It's our honor to reforge those bonds in the present day. Should you require anything of us, you need but say the word. I want to dance! Anyhow, thanks to After here, it would seem we have all the offerings needed to proceed with the ritual. Do you remember all that Master Lineal taught you, Chakotl? But of course! I said the words over to myself 100 times on the way here. I'll do your Master Lineal and my people proud. I should hope so, my son. Very well. Let the dig begin. Yeet! Yahoo! Some time later. Are they going to come out with another? Okay, no, it's still the same one. Katal Natal and Chakotl Kotl have safely returned from their investigation of the tunnels. I can't say for sure. We found a second Stella, but I fear, much as the last one, it proved too massive to carry to the surface. Just as we were pondering our next course of action, this armor-clad fellow arrived and let out a mighty... Scream! Precisely. While I cannot confess to fully understand the import of what it's saying, I can only surmise the serpent once again wishes for us to call upon the wisdom of the ally of Ronka, after, that is, and restore the Stella to its erstwhile form. Yet, much as last time, the engravings are weathered to no small degree. I have my own thoughts about what they signify, but I'd hear my son's theory first. What say you, Chakotl? Well, let me see now. One marking was clearly of a V's, knocking a bow. Then I could make out the semblance of a Qatari, its arms seemingly held in the air. Image of a V's on a Qatari stone. How fascinating. Just as the first Stella depicted our history with the Ronkan Empire, no doubt these markings tell of the first encounter between our two peoples. Having befriended the benevolent Ronkans, our people then met the V's, skilled hunters and wise to the ways of the forest. So pleased were our ancestors, they threw their hands in the air in glee. That is a most optimistic interpretation, my boy. And yet I feel it's more logical to read the stone a different way. Doubtless the V's came upon our ancestors, small and scurrying about the forest, and took them for prey. Facing arrows pointed at their hearts, our ancestors threw up their hands in sheer terror. So it was that the V's, newcomers to the Great Wood, nearly came into conflict with the mighty Ronkan Empire. Our legends tell of how the goddess Yixmaya guided our people to the forest, but say little of what awaited us upon our arrival there. As far as we can say, both theories are more than plausible. Still, I hope to believe... No, I'll say no more. It would ill behoove me to stick my nose in matters of Qatari lore. I agree. Qatari history should be written by the Qatari themselves. In any event, we're pleased that we were able to contribute to your cause in some small way. We shall return to Fanau, but please do not hesitate to call upon us again. There's still much catching up to do between our peoples. Once again, it seems we find ourselves with a choice to make. Squee! Squee! Yes, do impart unto us your wisdom once more. How are you inclined to interpret our history? Fuck it. Everyone just get along. Again, father and son have arrived at different theories regarding the history of the Qitari as recorded on the Stela. At the bidding of the Great Serpent, it falls to you to serve as mediator. With the wisdom and blessing of the V's, an altar to Oxdalan has been constructed on Hoppel Stoppel. Doubtless, this will serve to protect and impart good fortune to the Qitari as they continue to explore the tunnels. And you sell some new stuff. Nothing there, that's fine. Aged oak logs for making a Ronken rocking chair. Okay. You too saw how Master Lanil welcomed us when we visited Fanau, yeah? Why, it's simply post-preparous to think that the friends of my great-great-great and so on grandmothers and grandfathers hunted us like vermin. I'm quite certain that the V's were our friends from the earliest of days. The Qitari and the markings meant to be raising their hands in sheer joy. Surely you agree? Splendfendirus! Oh, thank you. I knew you'd see things as I did. You believe my son has the right of it? Well, I suppose there is something to be said for adopting a brighter view of history. Very well. Let us proceed with this restoration. At long last, another piece of our history comes into focus, but our struggle to reclaim our legacy goes on. Pray, continue to lend us your aid. Father and I will send for our finest artisans. The work must begin at once. The second Qitari stela has been restored to depict Chakurl Kotal's interpretation of the first encounter between the Qitari and the V's. Protected by the new altar, erected according to the traditions of the V's, and heartened by rediscovering another piece of their heritage, the stewards have returned to their excavation efforts with newfound zeal. Okay, those weren't too bad. They weren't too bad. Now, no, not my first pickaxe. This one. Oh yeah, no flight in this area. Damn it. Hiya. Ugh, there's no point worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest as your friends suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and after? Thank you. Oh. Oh, yeah, because I think I've still got one to discover, and then this will be the last of the side questy ones, right? Okay. You didn't happen to see a lone girl over at top rung, did you? It was her turn to keep an eye on the ladder, but she's well past due to return. No? Wonder what could have... The two of us were once bonded citizens, you see, and we were not treated well. But even after fleeing here to Amity, it seems our experience in Yormore's left my friend distrustful of most other folks. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that she simply ran and hid when she saw you coming up the cliff. Wouldn't be the first time. I know it's a lot to ask, but do you think you could find her and calm her down? A soothing word from a stranger might go a long way toward rebuilding her confidence. I can't see. Ah, that's why I couldn't see. Such good battle music. So whereabouts? Hiding around here, are we? Or ooh, could you be back here? No, but the game will crash. And yes, that is you. But no, the game crashed. Why do I get bonked? Why do I get bonked for the game crashing? Clearly the game crashed for a reason. I don't know about that. It just likes to crash since the 7.1 update for some reason. Like, it does it even when I'm not streaming, so it's not like an issue of me needing to turn down settings because OBS is fucking up or something like that. I don't really know. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you. No, please, just let me go. I mean, it's not telling me to soothe her yet. Please, I did nothing wrong. Okay, now I can soothe her. Yes. Pat, pat. I saw you come up the ladder. You're a bounty hunter from Yormore, aren't you? I'm not a bounty hunter. Oh. I just thought, since I used to work as a servant to a husband and wife in Yormore, the Lord would make all manner of suggestive comments, but I did my best to ignore or rebuff his advances. And then one day, the lady accused me of tempting her husband. She pulled me aside and had me beaten near to death. That's why I ran from you. I'm so certain she'd sent someone to drag me back. Forgive me. I didn't mean to cause you or Zumi any trouble. I'll head straight back and let her know I'm alright. Okay, so... that's a considerable distance to the southeast. But there's also not really a teleport I can take to get there any sooner. But yeah, we're going to grab this. I kind of meant to do it off stream, but forgot. Whoops. Still to the southeast? Yeah. That's going to be a big... wait. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. There is another teleport. Well then... yeet! Oh! Oh, wait. No, that's one of the only spots I can't do it. No? It won't let me yeet. Yeet? Is there stuff to prevent me from doing that? Ah, hold on. I don't think there is here. Yeet! Oh, you little fucker. What is that? I'm impressed. Oh, those are legitimately just enemies, but I'm kind of impressed that they're spawning in from that far. Okay, directly to the south. How thick am I for missing this? When we first came to this zone. It's probably on that pier, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, well that's the last discovery ether current. So, at least that's all good. So yeah, now we've done the last of the side quest ones, so all that's left is to kill Vorthri. And then we'll have Flight in Calusia. As well as the dwarves to unlock. You're back! Thank you for going out of your way to find my friend. It's a small step, but I'm glad she was able to talk to you. Here, a little something from the both of us to reward your kindness. The Exarch? He went outside a moment ago, my dear. I would have thought you'd have seen him. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Anyway, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he'd be fine. Do hope he's alright. Is he... gone to the Overlook. By the looks of it, probably yes. Oh, but maybe not. This is actually a pretty big search area. Hello? Hello? The Exarch does not appear to be nearby. A shoe bill? The Exarch does not appear to be anywhere in the vicinity. There is only the shoe bill, gazing unflinchingly southward. Okay. Coquettigrew. There he is. Oh. He appears a bit fucked. You alright, mate?
The future is where my destiny awaits. Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away.
Makes sense.
It has been quite a journey. But thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
Go back to mine? I'll settle matters with the Empire. I mean, we did kind of get our friends taken away at a bit of a bad time.
Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the spectre of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
What will you do?
When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel. I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own, about my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure. And if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle.
Way to put a downer on it.
The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
So, I know who the Exarch is. But it really feels like they could have done a better job at hiding who it was. Like, if more of their face was obscured, I think it would be a lot harder. But like that face shape is just so obviously male Makote that it's really easy to tell who it is. Like, you know that it's a Makote and not like a human. Worry not, my friend. I am much revived for the fresh air, and you'll find company, of course. Now then, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source... Okay, back to Gaius and Estinian and their buddy cop adventures. Oh no, to Elidibus. Oh, that's annoying. Your Radiance. I have taken the liberty of squashing the vile rumors your heir is possessed by a devil. With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emet-Selch? He has taken himself to the first to usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the details of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I been convinced I was acting of my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. It is because they are no longer in the source. The hero of the scions has journeyed to the First, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scion's return, we may eliminate their order as a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It'll be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective. Of both of our objectives. Through Heidelin's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path. One which will never see man reclaim his true form. 'Tis unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. The hour is come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more, crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that is yours and yours alone for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear. You do not wear the mummer's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this First are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos. Or would you rather I called you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos, yea, Galvus. I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets or my flesh, I care not which you give me first. The choice is yours. Right. So, while the two of you were away, I received word that everything's in place, meaning we can proceed with awakening the Talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry out its designated function, namely taking Mount Gulg in its grasp. We may be certain that Vorthra will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, there will be no turning back. So see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I'll give the order to proceed as soon as you're ready. Give the word, and I will relay the order to awaken the Talos. Engage! Very well. Let us begin.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vorthri, mountain and all.
Oh shit, we accidentally created a nuke. In a fantasy land, no less.
Here it comes!
Wait, is that just a hand? Jesus. Okay, yeah, this is big. I love the fact that this is bigger than Titan.
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger! Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Vorthri marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Titania!
Such heartless thing, our sapling. It's cold and cruel and heartless.
Because we didn't ask for her help again.
Expressly said yet. What should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we fae folk have no interest in the struggles of men. But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to her aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with her? We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
There we go. Now we have a bridge. I think they're mad at me.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Yoshida and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
Good music. And immediately the music is gone. I wish you could turn off the mount background music, but only on specific mounts. Because I can turn it off for every mount as part of the audio settings, but I can't have specific mounts. Because a lot of the cash shop or event ones have just very generic background music. Everyone is here? Good. The Talos has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vorthri's sanctuary. The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yarn, of course. But we will carve a path through their ranks and meet with their master regardless. Last one there's a rotten egg. I should be able to do this. Not on Black Mage. No, not on Black Mage. But I should be able to do this. Unsynced, because it's only going to be balanced for 4 people. The trial I probably won't be able to do by myself though. It kind of reminds me of Nat. That I think it was PlayStation exclusive.
So it is you.
More 3.
You will not defile my new paradise.
I feel like my damage could be better. Go on, squish him. Ah, you could have squished these ones. Ooh, hello. Oh yeah, you're the one that looks like they're out of Bayonetta. Squeeze. This almost feels like it's Monster Hunter. Like just the thing of climbing up a massive creature. That's not what I wanted to do. Another squeeze. Ah, yes. The first of Vorthry's pets. Forgiven cruelty. I remember absolutely nothing about you, so you might have mechanics. Probably not, but you might. Lumen Infinitum. Okay. Don't stand in that. Understood. He fly. Okay, that's easy enough to avoid as well. Okay. And we got healing gear. That is basically the demon set from World of Darkness, okay? So I don't give a shit about any of this. Understood. That's an odd pattern. Fuck you. 1 second. Sorry about this. Sorry. Was asked a question and had to answer. So. There we go, though. This feels very near, especially Automata. And suddenly, statues of sexy women. Forgiven whimsy. Ooh, I have very, very vague memories of this boss. And that's usually not a good sign. Sacrament of Penance. Okay, is that just a raid wipe? Oh, right, yeah, and then I think that this is... Don't be in the pattern that it's got. Yeah, okay. But it's a fucking Rubik's Cube. Judgment Day. That's ominous. Oh. Ah! Also, ah! At least I can do those solo. And die. Are you?
And righteousness will prevail.
Yeah. Nice garden.
Ah, can't you do anything by yourselves?
If nothing else, I can trade this stuff to the Grand Company. That's... yeah. Demon butt. Can I grab... I can grab more. This can only go well for me, right? Getting this big a group of enemies together. I think this is the last pull. Okay, this could be going worse. Could be going better. It could be going worse. Let's do this so that I can get some health back.
Very well.
Easy.
If you will not be discouraged.
Forgiven Revelry. This kind of reminds me of the final fight from the Elden Ring DLC. It's a kind of similar looking gate. Hello. Consort of Sin. Forgiven Obscenity. You gonna do anything worrying?
Damn you! I don't care what it takes.
Okay, you've been blessed by Vor 3. That's fine. I think I just so happened to stand in the right spot for that. That was luck. That was not planned. I did not stand in the right place for that, apparently. Oh, okay, you've made the arena smaller. Feather marionette. Oh. Die! Oh, I didn't need that experience on my summoner. Eh, it's fine. It's only 1 million. That's not gonna level me up. At least, not on this class. Ooh, what does the paladin weapon look like? Pretty ugly, to be honest. Yeah, not much of a fan.
The end is near, my friends. We have found Vorthra's hiding place.
Unrepentant villains! Will you not be satisfied until you have brought disaster down upon your own heads? By your wickedness, you stand to gain naught ceaseless conflict. Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all. You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Peace assumes many forms. And I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us. That we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vorthri. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect. know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. And by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me. Insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Shinita both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vorthree. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
How convenient that the Eaters all just ignore the one person that's separated from the group. You know, the one that would be the easiest target. Vorthree's just dumb as shit. Now we can try to do this solo, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do it.
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
Okay, well, we've already done 10%, 20%. So damage isn't going to be an issue. Survivability might. Yeah, survivability really might. Yeah, survivability is a very real concern here. Fuck me. It's just, he does more damage as this is basically level... Oh, good. This is basically level 80. This is some of the... Yeah... Okay. It's basically some of the hardest content in the expansion. So let's queue in for it, and if I'm going to queue in for it, let's make it speedy quick. What do I want to do it as? Not played much on level is the issue. So let's go Astro, because at least I've played that relatively recently. The main reason for switching to healer is queue times. yeah, I need to remember that I will basically have access to every part of my loadout that I have unlocked. Well, whilst we're waiting, that's worse. That is worse. I kind of don't need the experience as much anymore. So I'm kind of going for more trying to get the MGP, because I still need 200k in order to get the Sabotender Imperador mount. But then after that, I think the most expensive thing I need is Fenrir at 1000 MGP. But I would probably wait until the next Tombstone event in order to grind that up. Or if they bring back Make It Rain. Which, well, they will. They tend to do that once a year. I'm kind of surprised this hasn't popped. Although I suppose it'll only pop if someone's doing their trials roulette. Or leveling. Ah, there's an S rank. And this is why I solo content. Or why I need people to play with. Ooh. Ooh. Eh. Well, we got one very good thing, some level 100 equipment. I am not gonna sneeze at that. Can't use it, but as soon as I decide to start leveling classes to 100, which probably will be once we start Endwalker, and I've unlocked the Shadowbringers Extremes. Because hopefully we'll still get enough things that are like Shadowbringers or earlier that I can complete Wondrous Tales. But yeah, I'm trying to get Black Mage up to 98 next. Then probably Dancer, just because it's already at 90. And when we start, or as we get into Endwalker, I will probably pivot to Reaper. Because leveling the healers is really not difficult. But that's also why I've deliberately not leveled the rest of them. Because as soon as I do, like, that's the ones that I find easiest out the way. I do need to level more tanks, but I get scared. I get scared of not doing a good job as a tank. I'm just not great with all of the mitigations as you get to higher levels. Like A Realm Reborn or even Heaven's Ward tanking is fine. But I didn't do much of Stormblood tanking. I am kind of surprised it's taking this long as a healer. Honestly. This is not what I thought the choke point would be. I could potentially try it unsynced to Scholar, but I don't think that's gonna necessarily get us any further. And I can't do it on duty support because it's a trial. Yeah. I like how some of them are like set classes that kind of make sense, like Astro, Gunbreaker, Red Mage. Sorceress still kind of makes sense. That's just a Black Mage that doesn't say Black Mage. But then Oracle of Light and Academician. You mean Scholar and Ninja. Seriously? Ishk. I could probably get an unsynced run on Party Finder with like one other person. Yeah, I've not even got one other person to the party. so far. Which does not bode well. Okay. Don't particularly, if I'm going to do it unsync, I don't really want to do it as that, do I? Yeah, duty finder and party finder can't be used at the same time, so we're just going to do that. And if I literally get like one person, if they're level 100, we'll just do it. Especially if they're a tank. Look at the little hedgehog. Look at him. I know that it's 10 o'clock midweek, but it's only 10 o'clock. It's not that late. Really sell much of anything that I have. All right. I think this is the longest that we've queued for something on stream. What am I doing? Aha! We have a tank! Let's give it a go. Or not. I meant to unsync. There we go. Because basically, if he takes the hits, I have the damage. That is... That is my current thinking. And yeah, we've already got him down to less than 60%. Less than 40%. I forget if this is multi-phase. I think it is. Or is that the extreme?
I will strip you of the illusion of will. And you will suffer. Yes, that will be your punishment.
Oh! Thank you for the clemency. So yeah, definitely a two-phase fight.
Suffer, 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 and know your folly. Have you? Why do you not fall? Why? It burns! It burns! What? What is this?
He doesn't look so good.
The light surges within me. I see now.
Oh, he's hot now.
This is the passion of my ascension. Anywhere, I shall embrace this triumph.
Yeah, so we didn't even make it halfway through the first phase on our own. We really did just need someone to absorb the damage. Nearly there. And they've already left. Is that 4-3? see. It's finally over then. Now night will return to all of Northrend, bringing salvation to both of our two worlds. Upon speaking with Rhine, several cutscenes will play. It's recommended you set aside sufficient time. But now I have flight. And then you fucked it up.
How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
Uh-oh.
Look, the sky.
I'm a bit more worried about what's happening inside me. Yeah. Oh?
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathy, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
A young Bull-3? Or a Asian? Ah.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion.
Oh,
but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign.
Should have been able to tell from the voice.
But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Okay, so Vor 3 was fucked even in the womb.
Amazing. Before my Vorthri, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
There it is.
Are you all right? Say something.
"12 Forfend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time."
It's changing back.
We are become the Light Warden.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Oh, we're sharing it with the Exarch.
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. 'Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrend.
What would happen if he took all that light into the void, though?
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Hey, Graha. Call him by his name.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
That was a gun. There weren't any machinists. You fucker.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours. You bastard! Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you, led myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
It was you who created War 3. Wasn't it?
I am an Ascian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vorthri. Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. Even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Lightwalkers willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
Oh.
You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a sin eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into sin eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you, but before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Oh, the irony. What Fourth Tree achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero. Exarch! I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell. Eater.
Well, shit. Hey, Albert.
Ah, finally.
What happened?
After you collapsed, Emet-Selch vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable.
You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrat is shrouded in light again.
Oh, so not just where I am.
And the power you absorb from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. Now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you.
What if we just go back to the source? Canonically, we can just use the Aetheryte.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
You could come with me. Have a nice little stroll together. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yeah? I was here at my station, as always, when you were carried in on a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly bereft of vigour. And to compound my worry, the sky was... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he's visited several times since to inquire about your condition. Was Bragi the one from the market? The Hrothgar? Yes, yes he is. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see him struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked wight, what's this world coming to? But moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's time like these that we Crystarian folks stand tall, do what needs to be done. Trade with your moors back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters. Or whatever misery the fates deemed fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Chesimar was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you. Hello. Nope. Oh, sweetie, you're alive! No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spagaric's Cherudrons were forbidden from making visits. Rhine was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to ether corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I'm worried to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Oh, and our own Moran has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Found it! This says the same thing as the last. Maybe I should approach the problem from a different perspective. After? Is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful! 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you're awake, however, I'm hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catlis, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. I've not started doing any of the crystalline mean stuff yet. I mean, I've also not done any of the role quests. We'll get to them. After, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. Not a day's gone by I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials. I'm not sure we have that kind of time. Sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Greetings, Glennard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, so I won't argue with you there. What good does his talent do to us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea? He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. Wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I've a few regulars I'd like to introduce you to. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. In his garden. After, you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Oh god, do you have to jump down onto that needle? Eey. That looks like it would be painful.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Still can't believe it's coming from me.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood, when we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice, one last fight, one last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burns so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought, what happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Hey, Phil.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? Oh, my dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
That was actually really, really nice of Vale. And that showed that she actually cares for us, as opposed to is just entertained by us, which is nice. Damn. But actually, that might not be as difficult. Oh, okay, that time I wasn't far enough. Don't mind me, just the Warrior of Light repeatedly breaking her ankles. Oh. Too much. I will come back to this. Oh, did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. It's a fair concern, to be honest. After, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? Not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she were born. The Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide and talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensus Gate. Ugh, itchy schnalls. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that's what interests you. Less than a decade has passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Voberites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, but he refused to share his name. But the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that it is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. So the thing is that did Graha come over immediately after locking himself within the Crystal Spire on the swords? Or how much time had passed? Because Heaven's Ward is when the Warriors of Darkness come over to the source. Arthur, I was not told you had woken. Welcome surprise. Now if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him, and so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions. But the battle with Vorthri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he's not here to respond to them personally. But you've come to me with a question of your own, have you not? I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. If we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Come, meet me in the ocular and I will unlock the door within. I may soon reach the point where I want to start doing role quests. But do I want to actually finish the base story first? There's a lot less because it's role-based instead of job quests. But still. Mr. After, the captain said to expect you. I mean, it's not like any of the equipment's actually going to be useful to me. I'll wait.
I have unlocked the door to the Umbilicus. You are free to enter.
Are you not coming?
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Ah.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
Oh, okay, so it's a future Grahatia.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
Not just aged from being the Crystal Exarch in the first.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. But thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years, bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
The involvement of time travelers just confused this so fucking much.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I mean to have a few words with both Emmet and the Exarch.
We should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Good thing that I have the blessing of the Kojin, then. Did you find the answers that you sought? There's nothing more you need. I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they'll provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I am not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. You require an Amaro. Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you... Open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor...
We have found thee.
Oh, hi, guys.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Oriange has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, Or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time. I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I forgive you. Let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed.
Alize.
I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Who the fuck was that? Everyone.
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No. Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
That's very true.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
You're enjoying this. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. always a good mindset to have. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down into Emet-Selch's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we've arrived at an elegant solution. You need the "you're enjoying this" as your text tone. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Yeah, so that warns you that it's kind of... there isn't so much a point of no return, because this is an MMO. If this was a single-player game, this would be warning us that this was the point of no return. In reality, we're going to unlock a whole other zone, which has a couple of aetherite. I think it's got 2 aetherites in it. So as soon as we get the first aetherite, we can teleport in and out without any issue. But yeah. I think I should probably call it here for now, because everything is going to kind of lead into the end of Shadowbringers. I think there's only about 8 MSQ quests left. But you're enjoying this. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think there's only about 8 quests left in the Shadowbringers MSQ. That doesn't include the side stuff like Ether Current quests, though. And I still have the role quests to do. Unlocking the dwarves, which presumably I can do now. Yes, it's dwarven time. And is it? It's a crafting one. Okay. So we've got one combat in the Pixies, 1 gatherer in the Qatari, and 1 crafter in the dwarves. Okay, let's unlock the dwarves, and then once we've done that, that'll be where I call it. It's dwarven time. Bugger my beard. You scared the life out of me. For a moment, I thought you were a hobgoblin. Seems being so far from Tomra's got me jumping at shadows. Hold on, I know you. You're the one who was helping run it. As for me, name's Regit. Forgot to introduce myself before, but I was there when that off little lad gave his first proper lally-ho. What? Don't remember me? In all fairness, the fact you're covered from head to toe in identical outfits does make it a little difficult to tell one dwarf from the next. Well, they have their ways, and we have ours. Anyway, it's wonderful to see you again. Regit was just asking us for directions. I'd almost forgotten about that. Actually, I was on my way to... what was it called? Crystal Town. No, that's not it. Something to do with crystals. Why can't I remember the sodden name? You see, Ronit's nowhere to be found. He did leave a note behind in Tomra, though. Yeah, the letter. I have it right here. To whomever might be concerned, I'm off to the Crystarium to find my first and best friend after. If the chief asks where I've gone, just make something up. The automata will take care of my work, so he should have no reason to complain. Oh, and don't forget to feed him while I'm away. With coal, that is. Bye! That's what it says, anyway. That boy may have mastered the fine art of a good old-fashioned lally-ho, but that don't get him very far in the Crysteria, or whatever it's called. Yes, and even if the opening pleasantries go as planned, it's what comes after that matters most. He'd be the first to admit that polite conversation isn't exactly his forte. Since he went there looking for after, maybe the two of you could go and find him before he gets into, or causes, any trouble. That reminds me, will Ronit being away lead to our any difficulties in the rock phosphate for grog arrangement between our villages? The Orehound Ogre he built seems to be going about its work as normal, even without him here to operate it, so I think we'll be fine for the time being. Alright, that settles it. We're off to find Ronit, although I should probably point out that it's actually the first time I've gone more than a mile or so outside of Tomra. I'm counting on you, so please try to keep the mishaps and misadventure to a bare minimum. Not that I'm scared, mind you. Not at one bit. Without any further ado, let's make haste for the Custforium. And we wish you both a safe journey to the Crystarium. Hey, Regit. I've never seen so many people in one place. Unfortunately, not one of them's our errant engineer. Where could he be? Wouldn't be surprised if he's whimpering in some corner wishing he'd never come here. With all these big folk walking about, he's probably scared one of them will trip over him. Well, slap my arse and call me a fooker. You're the second honest-to-God's dwarf I've seen tonight. Really? Where's the first? Over at the Mean, playing hide-and-seek by the looks of it. Or maybe he was just lost. That's him, it's gotta be. Come on, After. Let's go and nab him before he runs off again. So this is the Mean, eh? From the name, I thought it'd be full of scowling faces, but they all seem quite friendly. Anyway, where'd Ronit get to? Ha! Found him! Oh. So many of them. So sudden tall. I wish After were here. After detected. After! Oi, watch it, short arse. So, when you heard that after staying in the Crystarium, you came here looking for her. It's quite the journey for one so young. Getting here was easy. Starting conversations what's hard. Every time I try giving someone a good old-fashioned lally-ho, they look at me like I'm daft or something. Never mind all that. You found After in the end. Well, she found you, more like. Come to think of it, why were you looking for her in the first place? It's simple, really. I always thought After was just a, I don't know, helpful traveller or some such. But the chief tells me she's a hero who risked life and limb to save the world. Yeah, guilty. When I heard that, I thought it's only right that I do the same. Trouble is, I'm not sure where to start. I'm not going back to Tomra until I find a way to improve myself your equal. And while I'm not much of a fighter, there are other ways I can help those in need. Because unlike the rest of my village, who can't think beyond their next pint of ale, I got big dreams. I've got ambition. No, there's nothing wrong with a well-earned drink or 10 after a hard day's work. That's beside the point. How can you hope to compete with someone like After? You might be known as the greatest warrior the world's ever seen. But there's one thing I can do better than you. Grafting. I'm a crafter too, you floppy-beard nincompoop. What? You must be joking. Now there's a surprise. Had I known sooner, I'd have asked you to help around the mean. If you have a moment to spare, come see me. I've all sorts of tasks lined up for a master craftswoman. Trust me to make friends with one of those annoying people who's good at everything. I suppose there's no need to make it into a competition, though. Why don't we, what's the word? Cooperate? There might be someone around here who needs our help. How about you, miss? Got anything that needs mending? Or maybe one of my patented automata can carry out a few menial tasks? Huh. Where to begin? We did receive a report a few days ago of a caravan of merchants being attacked by roving sin-eaters, not far from Sullen. While they were able to escape without any casualties, they had no choice but to abandon almost all the produce they were transporting. Fear it's only a matter of time before it happens again. Is there anything you can do? Sin-eaters? Bugger that. This Fetch-O-Matic Mechatoad might come in handy. A few extra spiky bits should do the trick. On second thought, it might take more than that. I'll need somewhere to use as a workshop to carry out some modifications. You mean to say you build these yourselves? It certainly is imposing, in a way only a three-wheeled mechanical frog can be. Now, there's a fine compliment if ever I heard one, I think. This example of dwarven engineering was lovingly crafted by young Ronnet here. He's a descendant of the greatest blacksmith, Watts, and well on his way to becoming the pride of Tomra in his own right. Yeah, judging by the quality of his work, I can see why. In fact, I have a proposal. If you're willing to lend us your expertise, we can arrange space for you to use as a workshop. Really? When I say space, that's essentially all there is. We'd planned to build a storehouse near the Ostal Imperative, but we had to divert our resources elsewhere, and it was never completed. Seems to me you'd put it to good use. After all, a friend of After's is a friend of ours. That's very generous of you, miss. I'll turn that place into a first-class workshop in 2 shakes of a newborn's beard. Excellent. I'll inform those at the Imperative so that they aren't surprised when automata start appearing out of the blue. I suggest you make yourself known to Lorathia, who owns the land. She's a regular at the Clearmelt Springs, so try there first. Sounds like some meeting and greetings in order. Reckon it'll go a lot smoother if you're there to cover for me in the likely event I put my foot in it somehow. I also have no bloody idea how to get there, so lead the way, he says, walking off. So Clearmelt is just to the north, okay. I forget if I ever actually unlocked the dwarves on my previous character. It's a nice place. So this is Clearmelt, eh? Funny name for a bunch of rocks and a couple of ponds, if you ask me. More importantly, where's this Larathia person? You there, old crone! I'm looking for Larathia. You know where she is? Call me an old crone again and I'll rip that silly beard off and shove it down your throat, you mouthy little gobshite. But if it's Larathia you're after, you're looking at her. What do you want? Great way to start making friends. Catlis sent you, did she? She thinks you're alright, that's good enough for me. So tell me, what are you planning to make in this workshop of yours? And don't go thinking you can impress me with loads of technical jargon. I was an engineer myself, you know. I'm going to modify this here automata so that it can transport goods and keep them safe from sin eaters. It won't be transporting much of anything with those stubby little arms, let alone fending off attackers. And even if it could store goods in its torso, by the time it's done windmilling into the bastards, all those wares will have been shaken to buggery. Good luck to the poor sods who have to sell that. Yeah, but the windmilling's the best part. Run it. The old woman has a point, you know. Less of the old, or I'll use that beard of yours to scrub the baths with the rest of you still attached. So we need a way to carry as much as possible while striking the sin eaters from a distance. That's it! Everyone, gather round. It's a fucking tank! Wicked white. It's so old, the ink's probably the only thing holding it together. The design's from the days before the flood, the brainchild of the great Watts himself. It's a self-propelled transportation device armed to the teeth. I call it the Rolling Tankard. Its thick iron shell keeps the cargo inside safe and sound, while the cannon blasts any attackers to smithereens. What an amazing coincidence that you've had the perfect solution in your pocket this whole time, even before you knew what the problem was. This ain't no coincidence. Ever since I found a bunch of blueprints in a tightly locked safe back when I was little, I've taken them with me wherever I go. Never knew when Watts' ideas might come in handy. Of course, I'm not just going to make one of these, oh no. I'll make a whole bunch of them and send them all over Northrend. Soon enough, everyone will see how great Dwarven engineering really is. But this only shows how it would look from the outside. No mention of the inner workings. Are you sure you can pull this off? I'd bet my beard on it. And to be honest, Dwarven technology's come a long way since Watts' time. He probably didn't design the insides because there was no way to actually make something like this back then. Luckily, we got my skills to bring Watts' ideas to life. I'll have a prototype up and running in no time. Listen, Ronnet, you're not the only one who knows how to swing a hammer around here. If we combine our efforts, it'll be ready even sooner. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. I must say, I'd be interested to see how this all turns out. I'll let you use my land as long as you don't turn it into a smouldering crater. You won't regret this, but if we're to build a workshop, we'll need a few more pairs of hands. I'll head back to Tomra and round up some volunteers. Hold it right there. If this place is going to be overrun with dwarves, at least give me some way to tell you apart. How am I meant to know who's who if you're dressed like this? I'm not sure if you realise this, madam, but we dwarves don't exactly have extensive wardrobes. But in the interest of a smooth running operation, I'll ask my friend Karut if there's anything we can do. So much for helping. More like bugger off back to Tomra and leave poor Ronnet to do everything by himself. Well, you're still here, so you can give me a hand instead. Let's go take a look at this plot of land, shall we? I've seen the tank. The tank is the mount that you get from the dwarves. But I don't think I watched that cutscene if I have unlocked the dwarves before. Welcome to the workshop. Or workshop to be, I suppose I should call it. Either way, this is where Watts' vision will become a reality. Although I have to admit, it's not going to be as easy as I've made it out. Having you here does make the task seem less daunting, though. And even though I was a bit miffed at first to hear you're into crafting as well, stealing my thunder and all that, I'm glad we got something in common. If you can lend a hand between whatever it is the Warrior of Darkness does the rest of the time, it'd mean the world to me. So what do you say? Will you help me? What the world needs now is tanks. Sweet tanks. Of course I'll help. I was worried you were going to say no for a minute there. Let's make some tanks. Before that, there are a few things we need to get in order. We won't get much work done without something at least resembling a workshop. If you're in the mood for helping, maybe you could rustle me up some basic supplies? I've got a list of everything I need. Anyone with even a passing interest in handicraft should be able to manage it, so I'm sure you'll be fine. As another example of my incredible foresight, I've already had the Fetch-O-Matic Mechatoad collect a load of random, potentially very useful materials on the way over. This should be enough. If you somehow manage to bugger it up, don't worry, we've got plenty more. I'll be taking care of the rest of the preparation, so come see me when you're done. All done? Let's see what you brought me then. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting it to be quite this good. Not showing off, are you? Me and the Mechatoad will take care of the rest, so you go put your feet up for a bit. Don't want you taking all the credit now. It's dwarfing time. There you are. Welcome to Watts Anvil. Two of you did all this? Can't believe it. Is that you, Ronit? Why, I hardly recognise you. Have you done something with your beard? Well spotted, Karoo. According to the legends, Watts had a brown beard and white horns. Seeing as I'm his descendant, I thought I'd follow suit. Now that we've got a proper workshop, we can get started on making a prototype of the rolling tankard. To tell the truth, I'm not used to having this sort of pressure. Still, I got you and the others here to do the heavy lift essential tasks, so I'm sure everything will go exactly as planned. Speaking of essential tasks, I'll be handling the supply of the various parts and whatnot, so come see me when you're ready to show us those skills of yours. Ronit and his fellow dwarves have thrown themselves wholeheartedly into their newest enterprise, namely to provide trundling death machines for the needy. And with that, we have unlocked the dwarves. I don't expect you to particularly sell anything, but they do sell the crafting gear. And some tools, although to be honest, I could get level 80 tools from scripts. So yeah, awesome. Well, there we go. We have unlocked every allied society in Shadowbringers. Obviously, dwarves are going to be running a little behind the pixies and Qatari. I am probably going to, because I just ranked up with them, I think I'll get 2 lots of quests, dailies, for the Qatari and the pixie, so I'm probably going to focus on them. And then tomorrow start doing the dwarves. So it'll be probably Monday. But I won't be streaming Monday. Probably won't be streaming Tuesday. So it could potentially be Wednesday before we're able to rank up. But by that point, we'll probably be ranking up with all 3 of them. Oh. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not saying that I'm not going to stream before then. I'm just thinking logistically when it's likely that I'm going to be able to rank up. So if I get 180 a day, that's 5.5 days. And given that there's not going to be any streams over the weekend, yeah, it'll be Wednesday. We'll be ranking up with all 3 of them. Who are you going to fall asleep to in that time? Again, I am going to be streaming. It's just the ranking up with the tribes in this I won't be able to do until next week, but by that point I will be doing all 3 of them together. Which I kind of wanted to avoid because that's going to be most of a stream if it's an after work one, which it will be. Maybe you should get a private stream through Discord. I mean, I have like well over 1,000 videos on YouTube as well. So if you're needing content, it's there. Not the same. I can appreciate that. Although I tend to prefer watch on demand stuff. Even if it's watching streams, I'll tend to watch them on demand afterwards. More often than not. How can I see how many videos I have at the minute? 1.3k. Yep. 1,347 at the time of recording this. Man needs that instant gratification. Not enough videos. Clearly. I mean, the fact that I have more videos than I have followers on Twitch, and I've been doing this for 10 years. Although I have like a third of the subscribers on YouTube that I have followers on Twitch. Not that those numbers particularly mean anything, because I could have 5,000 people following or subscribing and still only have 5 people that watch me actively. So I got more videos than brain cells, probably. Anyway, I am gonna call it there. I just did that, right? Yeah. Well, that works out. The game just crashed again. Fuck me. But yeah, I'll call it there for tonight. But I should be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy, where we will probably finish the base Shadowbringers story. If not finish it, we will get a decent chunk of the way through it. Hopefully we can finish it tomorrow, and then Friday we could do some we can do like the role quests and maybe get a couple of those out of the way, like do DPS, do physical DPS and ranged or some shit. But yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Have a good one. Later.